akwaziwa-ke ukuthi kwakuyinhlamvu eyingakanani noma eyingaki zayo i-9 mm parabellum. Ningenaso-ke noma ningasiphethe isibhamu esingasetshenziswa ukuthi-ke sidubule zona lezo inhlamvu lezo.
Right. Count 4 is in contravention of Section 3 of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000. That is the one of unlawful possession of firearm. And count 5, it's one of contravention of Section 90 of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, the one of possession of ammunition.
Section 3 and Section 90. Lamacala amabili-ke leli elesine lokutholakala ninesibhamu ngongekho emthethweni lona-ke uma ngaba beya emthethweni-ke bathi lapho kophulwe khona-ke imithetho noma imibandela ekhona noma etholakala kuyena uSection 3 olawula ka-2000 olawula ukuphathwa nokusetshenziswa kweyibhamu kanye yena-ke uCount 5 lona omayela neyinhlamvu ngongekho emthethweni. Kona-ke ukungahambiselana noma ukuphula-ke imigomo noma imibandela etholakala kuyena uSection 90 ka-2000 ohambiselana nokuphatha kanye nokusetshenziswa kweyinhlamvu.
The state will assert that the provisions of the minimum sentence legislation, Section 51(1) and or Section 51(2) of Act 105 of 1997 are applicable in that the murder was planned or premeditated as envisaged in the schedule.
Uma kubhekwa-ke kuleli icala elokubulala lona-ke umbuso uzothi icala elenziwa kuhleliwe-ke noma yinto ehleliwe akusona nje into eyavele yazenzekela kodwa-ke ehleliwe kulokho-ke egcineni uma ngaba kungenzeka ukuthi abasolwa bangalahlwa yicala yila sizocela khona-ke ukuthi inkantolo uma igweba-ke igwebe nanjengendlela ebhaliwe noma ekhona-ke etholakala kuyena uSection 51 kanye nayo uSection 52 ukuthi kunesigwebo esithize kufanele inkantolo abasoli bagwebe sona uma kuwukuthi balahlwa yicala.
And or that the death of the deceased was caused by the accused in or after committing robbery with aggravating circumstances as envisaged in paragraph C of the schedule, Schedule 2 of Part 1 of Act 105 of 1997.
Nokuthi-ke ukufake kwakhe umsolwa kwabangelwa-ke noma kwenzeka-ke emuva kokuthi-ke abasolwa benza lokubaba bakwenza-ke ukuthi babambe inkunzi.
And or that the murder was committed in the furtherance of a common purpose as envisaged in paragraph D of Schedule 2, Part 1, Act 105 of 1997.
Yes.
Just a moment, my lord. Futhi nokuthi-ke nanjengoba bese kushiwo ngaphambilini ukuthi ukushona kwakhe-ke umufi kwabanjelwa-ke yona-ke inkunzi eyathi yabanjwa yibona abasolwa nokuthi futhi-ke uma ngabe esebulawa-ke konke lokho kwenziwa-ke nanjengoba kwakuyinhloso yabo noma-ke kuyilokho abakuhlanganyela.
Okay, are these all the charges, Mr. Maloyi?
Indeed, my lord.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sibia, Stemba Sibia.
Asiqale ngawe-ke babusibili.
Can you stand up, sir?
Sicela usukume.
Have you understood the charges preferred against you?
Amacala lana-ke owathweswayo-ke asefundiwe-ke lana uwazwile yini? Yes, my lord, I have.
Have you discussed them with your counsel?
Nixoxile-ke lokhu noma nikhulumile naye ummeli wakho nikhuluma ngawo amacala lana owathweswa noma owafundelwa la? Yes, my lord.
Your counsel also explained to you that there are competent verdicts which may arise if the state has not succeeded in proving the charges as elicited in the charge sheet. For instance, if they can't prove murder, there could possibly be a verdict of culpable homicide.
Efisa ukwazi-ke inkantolo kuwena ukuthi-ke ingabe nikhulumisane yini nommeli wakho asithi-ke lana nanjengoba lana ubekwa noma uthweswe icala lokubulala kutholakala ukuthi kubufakazi obethuliwe phambi kwenkantolo abukho ubufakazi obuthi awulahlwe icala lokuthi ubulele kodwa-ke ngokuthi uwabulala kodwa kungasiyona inhloso inkantolo ifisa ukwazi-ke ukuthi ngabe lokho nikhulumile yini nommeli wakho ukuthi uma ubufakazi bungenele ukuthi ulahlwe icala lokubulala kodwa ulahlwe icala lokuthi uwabulala kungasiyona inhloso nikhulumile yini lokho noma cha? No, my lord.
Counsel?
My lord, that cannot be true. I was just,
No.
I have explained everything to him with respect to competent verdicts, and I made the examples there too. They were both.
But he
clear.
says, no, wait, I understand you.
Yes.
But he's saying, well, he may not recall pertinently. Umbuzo ukuthi uyakhumbula.
Uthi wena cha ummeli uthi yena nikhulumisane uze wa manje inkantolo ifisa ukwazi ukuthi uyakhumbula yini noma ukhumbuli ngoba ummeli yena uthi nikhulumile. Maybe, my lord, in the manner in which it's being, I'm putting it
Okay,
as the
okay.
witness, as the accused is saying. Maybe it was put in a different way, I'm putting it in a different way.
Okay, yeah, okay, but the court is obliged, even if you are represented, the court is obliged in terms of section 35 F1 of the Constitution, in order for you to have a fair trial, to explain all the exigencies that are applicable in the prosecution of a criminal trial by the state and the rights which accrue to you in terms of section 35 of the Constitution. Do you understand that, sir?
Noma ke ukuthi unaye ummeli kodwa ke lenkantolo iphoqelekile ke ukuthi ke ichazele ke konke ozothi ubhekane nako ke nanjengoba amaqala lana ke usuwathwesile noma ukuthi unaye ummeli kodwa ke iphoqelekile inkantolo ukuthi ichazele ngako konke uqiniseka ukuthi icala lakho lona ke lihamba ngendlela efanele.
Okay, yeah, for instance, like I indicated, a competent verdict for murder, for instance, could be culpable homicide.
Nanjengoba lana sikhuluma ke ngokuthi uthweswe icala lokubulala uma sekutholakala ke ukuthi emuva kokuthi ubufakazi sebuthuliwe ke phambi kwenkantolo ukuthi cha lobufakazi lobu abuholeli ekuthini ulahlwe icala lokuthi ubulele kodwa ke ngokuthi yebo umuntu washona kodwa kwakungasiyona inhloso angazi noma kuyazwakala yini.
The explanation I'm tendering to Mr. Sibiya, because we are all Zulu speaking, applies to everybody there.
Lokho ke inkantolo ekuchazela yena ubaba uSibiya nanjengoba nonke nihlezi lapho nikhuluma isiZulu ke into ke yonke lena akusiyona kuphela kodwa nani umbuzo lowo ke
Okay.
ozoza kunina.
Okay, yeah, fine. And
So he wants to say something.
wait, you say it. In respect of robbery, for instance, you could be, if the evidence is not sufficient to prove that charge, you could be, for instance, convicted for attempted robbery, or you could also be convicted for assault GBH, depending on the evidence led, or theft.
Asithi ke la kuleli lesibili ke icala lana kuthiwa ke abamba inkunzi mhlomile uma nalapho kutholakala ukuthi ubufakazi abanele ukukhombisa ukuthi ngempela kwabanjwe inkunzi ingase ke manje ke uma sokutholakala ukuthi ubufakazi buholele ekuthini cha lana kwantshontshwa noma kwakunenhloso noma bakuzamya ukuthi ke kubanjwe inkunzi ubhekwa ubufakazi ukuthi ubufakazi banele yini ukukhombisa ukuthi lana kwakuyirobhali noma kwakubanjwa inkunzi noma kwakuwukusela.
Okay. The other,
Azwani.
ubani ungazwa?
No, he seems to be lost man.
No, he will adjourn, he will explain to him.
Okay, uthi uzachazela ke but ummeli yena uzochazela kabanzi ke
Yeah,
uzachazela ngendlela yakhe ozoyiswa.
The other exigency, Mr. Baloyi says the state is preferring charges against you, all of you. For instance, in respect of the murder, with the application of section 51(1) of Act 105 of 1997, which basically means that if the state proves premeditation or common purpose, as Mr. Baloyi states, if you don't succeed in your explanation, if there is no substantiated that there were compelling and substantial circumstances which predicated your actions, which may, if the court accepts or accept, may mitigate your sentence not to be the imposition of life sentence. Okay.
Asesikhuluma lana ke ngaleli icala enilitheswayo ke lokubulala. Uma umshushisi echazela inkantolo ke uthi bona ke lana abazokucela ke noma isifiso sabo uma benifundela noma benithweswa leli cala ukuthi egcineni ukuthi ke uma kutholakala uma kwenzeka akasho ukuthi kukanjalo uma kwenzeka egcineni ukuthi nilahlwa yicala bona ke bewumbuso bazocela ukuthi inkantolo ayinywisele noma inigwebe udili kajele manje inkantolo imisichaza ke lokho ithi kuzoba kunina ke egcineni uma seqediwe ke ubufakazi ukuthi uma ngaba zingekho izathu enizibekayo nina phambi kwale inkantolo ezizwakalayo ekuyizona izathu ezingabangela le nkantolo ukuthi cha ideath noma isuke ke ekuthini inigwebe udili kajele.
Okay. Okay, you're saying you want to say something, Mr. Sibiya.
Ukuthi khona ukufisa ukusho baba. Common sense. What I didn't understand, my lord, was the explanation that the court gave with regards to the competent verdict that if there's not sufficient evidence as far as the matter is concerned, then we would then be convicted on culpable homicide, which means that now the court, as the witnesses or the accused is saying it, would be convicting us based on common sense.
Yeah, the court doesn't use common sense, it uses the law.
Ngeshwa ke inkantolo ayisebenzisi leli gama oqedulisho manje i-common sense isebenzisa umthetho.
An example, for instance, is if you are alleged to have shot Rata Mokhotleng and I die, but you are able to explain that you did not have the intention to kill me. If your counsel is the judge, he may decide that that evidence only proves culpable homicide, meaning that ungibulale ungananhloso. You didn't have the intention.
Lana ujaji wenza noma ke umehluleli wenza isibonelo ukuthi akuthiweke manje udubule wabulala yena ke ujaji uRatha Mokhotleng. Kodwa ke uma usuvela phambi kwenkantolo asithi ummeli wakho ke uhlezi lapha yana manje uyena umehluleli. Athi ke cha ubufakazi enginabo lapha phambi kwami bukhombisa ukuthi lo muntu akakwenzile ngenhloso bengasiyona inhloso yakhe ukuthi ambulale. Yebo udubulile kodwa bengasiyona inhloso ukuthi ambulale. Angazi noma sezwana yini.
You understand it at least?
I understand as you put it now.
Yes, yes. You know what I'm going to suggest? Let's adjourn, and all the counsels, when you come back, you must put it on record that you have explained the exigency of competent verdicts, you have explained substantial and compelling circumstances, so that we can just, instead of me doing it alone, it must be a joint effort, okay? How many days do you need?
5 minutes.
Hello? How long?
6 minutes. 30.
How long?
Ms. Misholo says 30 minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes. Let's adjourn for 30 minutes.
Five minutes. Where has the competent verdict? Charlie, can you?
Sibiya sikwena-ke manje asiqale-ke ngelokuqala icala oluthwesiwe-ke inkantolo ifisa ukwazi-ke ukuthi uma uyiphendulela ileli-ke ukuthiwa usolwa-ke noma uthwesa icala lokubulala uthini-ke uma uyiphendulela unecala noma awunacala. Not guilty, my lord.
Okay, thank you. The second charge?
Elesibili-ke elokuzama ukubulala. Not guilty, my lord.
Right, the third charge?
Okay. Elesithathu-ke ile uthwesa icala lokubamba inkunzi-ke uhlomile noma uthini kulona unecala noma unacala. Not guilty, my lord.
And count 4?
Elesine lokutholakala nesibhamu ngongekho emthethweni. Not guilty, my lord.
Count 5?
Elesihlanu lokutholakala uneyinhlamvu ngongekho emthethweni. Not guilty, my lord.
Let's do it like this. Is there, please, in accordance with your instructions, Counsel?
As it pleases the court, my lord, the pleas of guilty are in accordance with my instructions.
guilty.
Of not guilty, my lord. I'm sorry. The pleas of not guilty are in accordance with my instructions, my lord. And further, my lord, in accordance with my instructions, accused number 1 elects not to make a plea explanation, my lord,
Okay, thank
as the
you.
court pleases.
Umeli wakho-ke uyavuma-ke ukuthi lokho oqeda ukusho-ke manje ngempela-ke kuhambisana naloko enikhulumisene ngako noma enizweni ngako futhi-ke okwamanje-ke akukho ozokuchaza ngamagama uzothulayo kukanjalo.
Okay,
That's so confirmed, my lord.
thanks. Accused,
Mr. Ntanzi.
Mr. Ntansi, you have understood the charges. What do you plead on the charge? Count 1?
Elokuqala mfethu uthini-ke uma uphendulela icala elokubulala? I know nothing about it, my lord.
Meaning you are not guilty.
Which awunaqala. That's correct, my lord.
Okay, the second charge?
Elesibili lokuzama ukubulala. Ukhulumela phansi mfethu. I say I know nothing about it, my lord.
Okay, the third charge?
Elesithathu. I also know nothing about it, my lord.
And then the fourth?
Elesineke lokutholakala nesibhamu ngongekho emthethweni. I know nothing about it, my lord.
And then count 5?
Elokugcina-ke lesihlanu ukutholakala uneyinhlamvu ngongekho emthethweni.
As the court pleases, my
Yeah,
lord,
I
the
know
plea
nothing
of
about
not guilty is in accordance with my instructions.
Right.
And furthermore, he also elects not to prefer a plea explanation.
No
my
plea explanation, thanks. Right, Mr. Nube,
But Mr. Mnup,
what's your plea
uthini ukuyiphendulela
in
kuleli
respect of the
elokuqala?
first count, murder?
Icala oluthweswayo elokubulala? I know nothing about it, man.
Okay. Second count,
Elesibili elokuzama ukubulala? I know nothing about it, man.
the third count,
Okwesithathu-ke icala lokuthi-ke bamba inkunzi nihlomile uthini kulokho? I know nothing about it, my lord.
the fourth count,
Elesine-ke ukutholakala nesibhamu ngongekho emthethweni? I know nothing about it.
the fifth count,
Elesihlanu ukutholakala-ke neyinhlamvu ngongekho emthethweni? I know nothing about it.
thanks. The pleas are they in accordance with your instruction,
They
Counsel?
definitely are, my lord, and Mr. Mure prefers to exercise his rights in terms of the constitution to remain silent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mapisa,
So kuwena-ke babumaphisa
what do you plead in terms of the first charge?
kuleli elokuqala icala oluthweswayo lokubulala uthini baba? I know nothing about it.
Okay, the second count,
Elesibili, I also don't know anything about it.
the third count,
Elesithathu, I know nothing about it. man.
the fourth count,
Elesine, I know nothing about it.
and the fifth count.
Elokugcina elesihlanu, I know nothing about it.
Yes, Counsel?
This is the court, my lord. The pleas by Mr. Mapisa in respect of counts 1 to 5 of the indictment
Yeah.
are in accordance with my instructions. The accused defense is a bad denial in respect of all counts. Thank you.
A bad denial.
Yes.
Is there something like that?
He elects to
No,
remain
no, no,
silent.
I'm just being curious.
In the sense that he says he
No,
knows
no, no, I
nothing.
understand you.
Yes.
I'm just
yes.
being facetious, maybe. Okay,
Okay,
it's
thank
a
you.
denial.
Yes. It denies everything.
That's
Thank you.
rude.
Akazilutho.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ntuli. Count 1, how do you plead?
Elokuqala baba icala oluthweswayo uthini kulokho? I know nothing about it, my lord.
The second count,
Elesibili lona, Same applies to it, my lord. I know
And the
nothing
third
about
count,
it. Elesithathu, I know nothing about it, my lord.
and the fourth count,
Elesine, I also don't know anything
and
about
the
it.
fifth count.
Elokugcina-ke nelesihlanu, I know nothing about it, my lord.
Yes, Councillor?
As the court pleases, my lord, I confirm the plea is in accordance with my instructions in respect of all counts, and also in terms of his plea explanation basis of defense will, Mr. Ntuli will elect to remain silent.
Remain silent.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
As the court pleases, my lord, we are indebted to the court yesterday for the opportunity to hold a pre-trial conference. The upshot of that, my lord, was that certain formal admissions have been agreed upon.
All right.
I will beg leave to read those admissions in the report.
Yes, please do.
They are documented in Exhibit F. And they read as follows: admissions in terms of Section 220 of Act 51 of 1997. First paragraph, that the deceased is the person mentioned in count 1 of the indictment who was shot at house number 13511 Kutrano Street, Nzamo section, First Lores, to wit, Mr. Senzo Meyiwa, an adult male. Paragraph 2, that the deceased, to wit, Mr. Senzo Robert Meyiwa, was certified dead by Dr. Mchekwani at Butsilong Hospital on the 26th of October 2014 at 21:15. And a copy of the death certification is being handed up as Exhibit G.
Okay.
Paragraph 4, that the body of the deceased was received from Constable V.M. Mzini of First Lores Police and transported from Butsilong Hospital by Ms. T.P. Sintumule, a forensic pathology officer, Germiston, to the Forensic Pathology Services at Germiston for safe custody, and a mortuary serial number DR2076/2014 was alerted to the body, and a copy of the transportation of the body is also attached as Exhibit H. Paragraph 5, that Ms. T.P. Sintumule identified the body to a fellow colleague, Ms. Elizabeth Mokwena, a forensic pathology officer as well, at Germiston on the 27th of October 2014 at 17:30, and confirmation thereof is handed up as Exhibit J. Paragraph 6, that the body of the deceased was identified by Mr. Senzo Meyiwa, the brother of the deceased, on the 28th of October 2014 to Ms. Elizabeth Mokwena, the forensic pathology officer at Germiston, and their declarations are handed in as Exhibit K1 and K2 respectively. Paragraph 7, that the body of the deceased, Mr. Senzo Robert Meyiwa, did not sustain any further injuries from the time he was certified dead until the time that the medical legal post-mortem examination was conducted. Paragraph 8, that Dr. Ioannis Stienekang conducted a medical legal post-mortem examination on the body of the deceased, Mr. Senzo Robert Meyiwa, on 28 October 2014 at Forensic Pathology Services, Germiston, and recorded his findings on the relevant form, which is attached to as Exhibit L. Paragraph 9, that the facts and findings of the medical legal post-mortem examination of the deceased as recorded by Dr. Johannes Steenkamp are contained in the post-mortem report marked Exhibit L, and that those findings are correct. Paragraph 10, that the cause of the death of the deceased, Mr. Senzo Meyiwa, is correctly recorded in the post-mortem report, namely Exhibit L, as, and we quote, consistent with bullet wound of the chest involving the heart and lung, close quotation. Paragraph 11, the accuracy and correctness of the photo album compiled by Sergeant T. Musia, marked Exhibit C, the key and sketch plan thereto, depicting the scene at house number 13511 Kutlwano Street, Nzamo Section 4 Solares, on the 27th of October 2014 are admitted. And lastly, paragraph 12, the accuracy and correctness of the photo album marked Exhibit D, the key and sketch plan thereto compiled by the then Warrant Officer Mhlatlo, depicting the scene at house number 13511 Kutlwano Street, Mzamo Section 4 Slores, on the 27th of October 2014 are admitted, as well as the photos that were taken during the post-mortem examination on the 28th of October 2014 at Forensic Pathology Services, Germiston, which form part of the photo album, are also admitted. And this document is signed in Pretoria on today, the 18th day of July 2023, and signed by all the accused.
Okay, can you interpret for all the accused then?
Can I have it? Lana-ke bafethu lokho abakubiza ukuthi-ke ama-admissions noma-ke lokhu ekuvunyelwana ngako ukuthi-ke impela-ke izinto ekungekho ukuthi kubangiswane noma kuphikiswane ngazo, ukuthi umufi uyena-ke lona ochaziwe-ke noma ekhulunywa ngaye laphana-ke kuloko kubizwa ngokuthi i-charge sheet owadutshulwa khona-ke e-13511 Kutlwano Street, eMzamo Section e-4 Slaughterhouse khona eJohannesburg. Ogama lakhe kuyena uSenzo Meyiwa, ekuwumuntu wesilisa owayesekhulile, nokuthi-ke umufi uSenzo Meyiwa wachazwa-ke nanjengomuntu osewashona-ke uyena udokotela uMtshekwane kwisibhedlela saseButilong, kwisibhedlela saseButilong nge-26 zika-October 2015 isikhathi ngo-9:15 ebusuku. Nokuthi-ke ikopi yasoke leso siqiniseko leso ukuthi-ke bayimaka-ke noma bayiphawula nanjengo-Exhibit G, nokuthi wona-ke umzimba wakhe umufi watholwa-ke uyena uConstable noma wamukelwa uyena uConstable VM Mzini owamaphoyisa ase-4 Slaughterhouse, wase ewuthatha-ke uhambisela kusona-ke isibhedlela saseButilong noma uhanjiselwa kusona isibhedlela bawuyena uTP Senthumule osebenzela-ke ezama-forensic khona eGermiston, ukuze ugcinwe khona lapho-ke wabe usunikezwa-ke nenamba-ke abathi i-serial number eU-DR 207-62014 eyathi yanikezwa wona-ke loyo mzimba, kanye-ke futhi nekhopi yokuhanjiswa kwawo umzimba yase iphawulwa-ke nanjengo-Exhibit H, ukuthi wase uchaza-ke lowo mzimba noma ewu-identifya-ke leyo mzimba wase undlulisela kuyena-ke uMiss Elizabeth Mukwena, naye-ke osebenza kwezama-forensic eGermiston nge-27 zika-October 2014 isikhathi kwakuwu-7:30 ekuseni nanjengo-Exhibit J, nokuthi umzimba wakhe umufi wase ukhonjwa-ke uyena uSifiso Meyiwa ekuwumfowabo womufi nge-28 zika-October 2014 ewukhomba kuyena u-Elizabeth Mukwena osebenza-ke kwezama-forensic khona eGermiston kwase kuthiwa-ke u-Exhibit K1 kanye no-K2 nokuthi umzimba wakhe umufi uSenzo Robert Meyiwa awuzange ulimale futhi emuva-ke noma uthole okunye ukulimala kusukela ngesikhathi-ke owachazwa ngawo-ke ukuthi-ke akasekho noma useshonile kwaze kwayisikhathi la kwenziwa khona-ke lokhu abakubizwa ngokuthi-ke yi-postmortem kuwona-ke umzimba wakhe umufi nokuthi udokotela uJohannes Steenekamp uyena-ke owenza-ke leyo postmortem kuwona umzimba kamufi uSenzo Robert Meyiwa nge-28 zika-October 2014 ewenzela khona-ke eGermiston waze wakubhala phansi-ke konke awakuthola noma-ke imbangela awayithola kwiform leyo-ke number 2076 ka-2014 lana-ke ewu-Exhibit L nokuthi-ke konke lokho awakuthola-ke okuyimbangela yokushona kwakhe-ke kwabhalwa phansi-ke kumbiko noma-ke kwi-report abayibiza-ke ukuthi postmortem ubhalwa uyena uDr. Johannes Steenekamp nalapho yaphawulwa nanjengo-Exhibit L nokuthi ukushona noma imbangela yokushona kwakhe uSenzo Robert Meyiwa ibhalwe-ke ngendlela ekuyiyona ku-Annexure L ngokuthi-ke watholakala-ke enokulimala okwabangelwa yinhlamvu enhliziyweni nokuthi-ke futhi i-albamu-ke iyona-ke eyahlanganiswa uyena uSergeant uMusiya ephawulwa nanjengo-Exhibit C kanye-ke neplan kulokho-ke kuloko kwenzeka e-13511 kuThwanong Street eMzamo section nge-27 zika-October 2014 nako-ke kuyamukelwa kanye futhi ne-album ephawulwe u-Exhibit D iyona-ke eyahlanganiswa uyena-ke owaye-warrant officer ngaleso sikhathi umhlahlo la ichaza khona-ke iscene yase-1351 kuThwanong Street eMzamo section 4 Slaughterhouse 27 October 2014 kanye futhi ney'thombe ezathathwa lapho ezathathwa ngesikhathi se-postmortem nge-28 zika-October 2014 eGermiston nazo-ke ziyingxenye yaloku iy'thombe u-1 ukuyofika-ke ku-137. That's it now.
Yes, Mr. Sibiya, can you stand up, sir?
Sicela usukume Mr. Sibiya.
You have understood this document referred to as admissions in terms of section 220 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Have you understood those?
Ingaba yini lokho okufundwa lana noma le document lena-ke abayibiza ngokuthi-ke ilokho okuvunyelwana ngako noma-ke okuthiwa ama-admissions ngokomthetho-sisekelo ingabe uzwisisile yini uyakuzwisisa yini? So confirmed, my lord.
The counsel explained the contents to you.
Okubhaliwe lana ummeli wakho ukuchazela. That's correct, my lord.
Can I take it that you voluntarily, without any coercion, out of your own free will, signed these admissions?
Ingabe inkantolo ingamukela yini-ke ukuthi uma usayinda lapha lokhu ukwenze kuphuma kuwena awuphoqiwe ukuthi usayinde yinto ephume kuwena ukuthi usayinde? That's correct, my lord.
Okay, thank you. Let's
Siyabonga.
Mr.
Mr.
Danzi. Have you understood the contents of this document called Section 220, Admissions of Act 51 of 77?
Ingaba lokhu abakubiza-ke ngama-admissions-ke ngokomthetho-sisekelo ukuzwile yini? Yes, I understood, my
Your
lord.
attorney, your counsel explained these admissions to you.
Ukuchazile lokhu ucacisile kuwena ummeli wakho. That's correct, my lord.
And you have freely and voluntarily, without any coercion, appended your signature to these admissions.
Kwase kuphuma kuwena-ke ukuthi usayinde lana akekho awuphoqiwe ukuthi sayinda la kuphume kuwena. That's correct, my lord.
Thank you.
Siyabonga.
Mr. Ngube. Have you understood the contents of this Section 220 document in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 77?
Ingaba lokhu okulana ukuzwile yini mfethu? Ngokulandela. Yes, my lord.
You discussed the contents with your counsel.
Yinto enikhulume ngayo kanye nommeli wakho lokhu okubhaliwe lana. Yes, my lord.
And you freely and voluntarily, without any coercion, signed these admissions?
Kwase kuphuma kuwena ke ukuthi usayinde awuphoqiwe ukuthi usayinde. There was no cohesion, my lord.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mapisa,
Mr. Mapisa,
have you read and understood the contents of this document referred to as admissions in terms of section 220 of Act 51 of 77?
lokho obhalwe lana ngakufundile yini wase uyakuzwa uyakulandela lokho okulana kule phepha leli. So confirmed, my lord.
And your counsel discussed the contents with you?
Futhi into enikhulumisene nayo nommeli wakho lokho obhaliwe la. That's correct, my lord.
And you freely and voluntarily signed this
Wase wena
document?
ke ngokuphuma kuwena ungaphoqiwe wakusayinda. That's correct, my lord.
Thank you. Mr.
Mr.
Ntuli,
Ntuli,
have you also read and understood the contents of this section 220 admissions?
ngabe nawe futhi Mr. Ntuli ke lokho obhaliwe lana ke ukufundile wase uyakuzwa lokho okulana. So confirmed, my lord.
And you discussed same with your counsel?
Wase ukhulumisana nako nommeli wakho ngalokho obhaliwe la. That's correct, my lord.
And you freely and voluntarily appended your signature to this document?
Kwase kuphuma kuwena ke awuphoqiwe ukuthi ukusayinde ukuthi usayinde. So confirmed, my lord.
Okay, thanks.
Siyabonga.
Normally, counsel should also append his signature, or am I correct? Normally.
That is so, my lord.
Yes, I see you haven't signed, all of you. Hello?
No,
No,
we
you've
did
got
not
to sign.
sign.
I'll tell you why. You know why. You know the reason.
There's no space that was provided for us to
No,
sign.
no.
my lord.
You sign next to the name of,
Preparation the
you
document
sign next to, you will do it at your own time, but it must be signed next to the name of your client.
as it please
So
the
that
court.
this authentication, if the need arises, that those were your instructions to say your client was also signed, okay. Right, yes, Mr. Baloyi.
As a court, please, my lord, we have compiled a list of the exhibits that have been handed up so far.
Ah,
They range from Exhibit A up to Exhibit L,
ah,
and we have bound a copy thereof in the court
Right.
file. My lord, the state will take the liberty of addressing the court in terms of Section 150
okay,
of the Criminal Procedure Act to outline the case against the accused. My lord, the case involves the shooting of a well-known soccer icon who kept goal for Orlando Pirates and the national soccer team, Bafana Bafana. And the incident happened at house number 13511, Kutlwano Street, Mzamo section, in Foslores.
Uma sechaza kafishane ke okwenzeka ukuthi lana ke icala ke ebhekene nalo ila khona ke ekwadutshula lo owayenozinti-ke wayo i-Orlando Pirates kanye futhi ke neqembu laseNingizimu Afrika kanye futhi ke nokuthi sehlakalo lesi senzeka ke umuzi o13511 eKutlwanong Street eMzamo section eFoslores.
What is in dispute is the identity of the persons who shot him.
Ekuphikiswana ngako ke lana abantu noma umuntu owamdubula noma abamdubula.
Now, the structure of the presentation of the state case will be as follows. The state will call witnesses who were in the house when Mr. Meyiwa was shot.
Ukuthi umbuso ke icala labo ke bazoletha kanjani ke enkantolo ukuthi ke umbuso uzobiza ke ofakazi ababekhona ke phakathi endlini la adutshulwa khona umufi
As well as some neighbors.
kanye futhi ke nomakhelwane.
And they will give their evidence with the aid of the photo album of the scene where the incident occurred,
Bazonikeza ke ngobufakazi babo ke belekelelwa ke i-album yezithombe ke yendawo leyo ke yesigameko noma yesehlakalo.
which have been handed in as Exhibit C and D respectively.
Lelo album leyo ke u-exhibit C no D khona enkantolo.
In order to try and transport the court to the scene where the incident occurred.
Ukuthatha ke inkantolo imikise la khona ke isehlakalo isigameko senzeka khona.
The state will call the two photographers later.
Kanye futhi ke nabathwebuli beyithombe ababili ke bazobizwa ke nabo esikhathini.
And secondly, we will then lead ballistic evidence
Kuzo sekubizwa-ke nobufakazi obumayela ney'bhamu,
and related evidence,
ubufakazi obuhambisana nalokho,
as well as the forensic field officers and police officers who attended the scene.
amaphoyisa-ke asebenza-ke kwindawo yey'gameko noma yesehlakalo kanye futhi-ke namaphoyisa aye khona-ke lapho noma aya lapho.
We will then lead the evidence of a cell phone analyst who will do cell phone mapping, showing the cell phone contacts between the various role players.
Sizothi-ke sibe sesibiza-ke nobufakazi-ke bomuntu noma baloyo osebenza-ke ngama-cellphone la ezokuthi-ke axhumanise noma ahlanganise khona-ke ama-cellphones walabo abambandakanyekayo.
We will also call private persons to whom certain utterances were made by some of the accused.
Sizothi sibize-ke abantu labo-ke kunento ey'thize ezakhulunywa-ke abanye babasolwa kubona.
Then lastly, there will be a trial within a trial to determine the admissibility of certain statements made by some of the accused persons.
Sizobe sisibake nokuthi-ke ihlala lelo ukuthi-ke kunezinto ey'thile noma iy'tatimende ey'thize ezenziwa abanye-ke babasolwa-ke. Sizothi-ke sibe nalokho abakubiza ngokuthi-ke i-trial la kuzothi kuvezwe noma kuzanywe ukuthi kutshengiswe kukhonjiswe khona-ke ukuthi lezo y'tatimende lezo zatholakala kanjani nokuthi azamukeleke phambi kwenkantolo.
The state then calls its first witness, Ms. Zandile Lorraine Kumalo. She's witness number 1 on the list.
Ubizwa-ke manje uZandile Lorraine Kumalo owufakazi wokuqala-ke kuhla lofakazi.
My Lord, as we intimated yesterday that there's an agreement that there will be no visuals of the witnesses. There'll only be a live broadcast of the sound recording of the witnesses unless specified otherwise.
Is the press aware of this arrangement?
Indeed, my Lord, and that there'll be no photos taken of any exhibits that will be handed up in court.
I take it, look, normally, what should have happened? The press should have come to my chambers. I'm not being
Yes.
acrimonious about it. Just to say, I am a representative of this media or that newspaper. And you obviously have to apply to be accredited as such. But I take it, if there's no objection from the defense here, you can, all of you, indicate from which media houses you emanate from. Okay, please, let's do that. And then I'll take it, if you say that, it means you're a press person. There won't be any necessity for you to bring a formal application because I see there's no opposition from the defense. Is that so? Members of the defense, any opposition to the manner in which we want to expedite the proceedings by saying each journalist or photojournalist must identify himself or herself and state from which media house or newspaper he emanates from.
I think it's prudent, my lord. I think it's prudent to do that, my lord.
Yeah, okay.
That's the court procedure.
So where's the press? Are you quick, President? Just mention your names. You don't have to.
My name is Belinda Cooper. I'm from newspaper.
Right,
Lula Abuba from the Daily Market.
right,
I'm from Eyewitness News.
right.
Eyewitness News.
Shemsani Shkarake from Sunday Times and Times Live.
Right.
From Daily Star and SNL Report. That was photo from High 959.
Is that it? Okay. Do you have that directive from my predecessor?
No, my lord.
Why do I have it and you don't have it?
Yeah.
No, somebody sent it to me on my, it's my register,
Yes.
on my cell phone. Don't you have, where's the Rose?
We can make it available.
Yeah, each and every news person must be supplied with that directive, because that is the directive that is going to govern the coverage, the press coverage of this trial. Is that okay?
Yes. Those are good.
So you must, so that if there's any contravention, a person can't plead ignorance. Okay.
Indeed.
You're the last person? Yeah.
From Newsroom Africa.
Right?
Griselda Lewis from SABC Television.
Okay, thank you. Is that all? From? The South? Oh, the Star. Okay. Thank you. You must insist to get that directive, please. Because in my chambers I was told that there were problems, apparently, in some of the recorders.
My
Yes,
Lord,
ma'am.
my Lord, I will ask that we get a copy of those directives so that they are made the order of the court here,
Yeah.
directing the manner in which the media should conduct themselves here. I have a problem, my Lord, with the pictures of ourselves that are taken when we are consulting, when we are roping, of the pictures of our clients that are taken during the proceedings. It must be clear what is it that needs to be broadcasted.
Okay.
Because it's disturbing when they take pictures. And there are two, my Lord, who do not even want to respect when you tell them.
Please don't mention names.
Yes, but I was ready to point them out, my Lord.
No,
So if that can be clarified, my Lord, that no pictures that are taken for our client during the proceedings. And I also want to hear the purpose of the recording or the broadcasting. Is it to take the pictures for the court or for the counsels during or in between or outside the proceedings? If that can be clarified so that we know when to accept a picture, because it's annoying, my Lord, when someone is facing at you when you are consulting with your client.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Baloyi will provide us with a copy of that directive, and then, yeah, we'll read it into the record. That's an order. Okay, thank you.
As a good please, my lord. Ms. Zandile Lorraine Kumalo, it's witness number 1 on the list.
Where's Ms. Zandile Kumalo? The registrar will swear you in. Which language do you speak, ma'am? How khuluma isilungu wena? Nawurhumsha. Oh, okay. Yeah, swear the witness in.
Please state your full names. Any objection to the transcribed vote? Do you swear that the evidence about to give the court is the truth, nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand.
Thanks. You must speak up a bit, please. I'm a bit deaf. Okay, Mr. Baloyi.
As a good please, Ms. Kumalo, do you know the deceased in this matter, Mr. Senzo Robert Meyiwa?
Uyamazi umufi kwecala uSenzo Robert Meyiwa. Yes, I do know him.
How do you know him?
Umazi kanjani?
Ngimazi ngodadewethu uKelly bekune relationship.
I know him through my sister Kelly. They had a relationship.
Do you know as to when this relationship started?
Uyazi ukuthi leyo relationship leyo yaqala nini?
I-relationship yabo yaqala mangaphazami phakathi ka 2012 no 2013.
If I'm not mistaken, between 2012 and 2013.
Were there any offsprings born of this relationship?
Ingaba bakhona yini abantwana ababakhona kuleyo relationship leyo?
Yebo bakhona uyedwa uThingo.
Yes, one Tingo.
And how old is Tingo?
Uneminyaka emingaki uTingo?
Una 9 lonyaka.
9 this year.
Do you know where the deceased Mr. Meyiwa resided in 2014?
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi uma ufike umnumzana uMeyiwa wayehlala kuphi nendawo ngo-2014?
Wayehlala kanye noKelly eMalberton.
He was staying with Kelly in Malberton.
And Malberton is in Johannesburg, is it?
Ise Johannesburg angithi.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And in 2014, where was your parental house?
Kini kwakukuphi nendawo ngo-2014?
Ekhaya kwakuseSpread View, 13511 Kutlanong Street, Foslores, section Umzana.
Straight View, 13511 Kutlanong Street, in Mzamo section, Foslores.
On the 26th of October 2014, a certain incident occurred that led to your coming to court to testify today regarding the deceased, is that correct?
Witness confirms that it is so.
Can you tell this court in your own words what happened? If you can start with the events of the morning
Ungayitshela-ke le nkantolo
of the
lokho
26th of April 2014?
lokho kwenzeka ngalelo langa yi-26 ka-October 2014. Uqala-ke ekuseni ngalelo langa lelo.
Sasise Malberton kwaKelly noSenzo. Kuyimina, uSenzo, uKelly noMthokozisi owayelale khona the night before.
We were in Malberton at Kelly and Senzo's place. It was myself, Kelly, Senzo, as well as Mtogo, who had slept there the night before.
Who is Mtogo?
Mtogo, mani?
uMthokozisi umngani kaSenzo.
Mtogozisi is Senzo's friend.
Yes, you may and you yourself, where did you sleep the previous night?
Wena-ke ebusuku ngaphandle kwalokho leli kuphi?
Nami ngilale khona eMalberton.
I also slept in Malberton.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke ekuseni kwakhona lapho kwakuzoba nephathi kamngani oyedwa odlala ibhola noSenzo uRoy Mahamud.
And then on that day, there was going to be a party of one of Senzo's friends and teammate, Roy Mahamudza.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then at the same time bekuzoba futhi ne-performance uKelly wayeperforma eDorothy Nyembe.
There was also going to be, at the same time, there was also going to be a performance where Kelly was going to perform at Dorothy Nyembe.
And where is Dorothy Nyembe?
Ikuphi yona?
ESoweto.
In Soweto.
What type of place is it?
Indawo ekanjani yona iDorothy le?
Injengepark kanje.
It's like a park.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke savuka ke ngalolu suku salungiselela ukuya elantozeni emsebenzini ngoba nami ngisebenza noKelly.
We then woke up that day or that morning preparing to go to work because I was also working with Kelly.
And if you say you're working with Kelly, what do you mean? What type of work does Kelly do?
Uma uthi ke usebenza no Kelly usho ukuthini ke umsebenzi kanjani awenzayo uKelly?
uKelly umculi.
She's a singer.
And just for record purposes, her surname?
Khumalo.
Khumalo.
And you yourself?
Wena?
Mina ngangenza okuningi behind ibrand kaKelly, ngangenza imanagement ngiphinde ngibe umdansi ngiphinde ngibe backup singer.
Asikuthathe kancane. I was doing a lot for Kelly's brand. I was a dancer, was a management, and a singer, backup singer.
Yes, you may proceed.
Singaqhubeka.
Sasisuka ke sonke sangena emotweni eyodwa uKelly wathi soqala siyo Senzo la azobe yakhona ephathini.
We all then left in the same vehicle. Kelly then said we would first drop Senzo where he was going, that is now at the party.
Which vehicle did you use?
Nasebenzisa yiphi imoto?
Sasebenzisa iX6.
The X6.
And to whom did it belong?
Kwakuye kabani?
Engikwaziyo ukuthi babeyisayinile bobabili uKelly noSenzo.
What I know is that both of them signed for it, Kelly and Senzo.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then sasuka lapho ke masifika endaweni le phathi uSenzo wehla wathola ukuthi abakaqali.
When we arrived at the venue of where the party was going to be held, Senzo alighted and discovered that they hadn't started.
Yes.
And then ke sasuka lapho sangena emotweni saqhubeka sonke saya eDorothy Nyembe ukuthi bazophinde babuye futhi.
From there, we then all got into the vehicle and then proceeded to Dorothy Nyembe. They said that they would come back again.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke masifika eDorothy Nyembe uKelly saperforma noKelly and then masuka lapho ke sahamba.
Upon arrival at Dorothy Nyembe, myself and Kelly performed, and from there we left.
What time did you leave?
Nahamba skatsini.
Mangikhumbula mhlawumbe isikhathi kwakula go 2-3 lapho nje.
If I remember, the time it was between 2 and 3, around there.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then masisuka lapho sadlula komunye umuzi uSenzo wathi kuhlala umakamngani wakhe ufuna ukumupha imali.
From there, we went past via this house where Senzo said that the mother of his friend was staying. He said that he wanted to give her money.
Yes.
Yebo.
And then ke masisuka lapho ngabona sihamba siya ngase Spruit eKatlehong.
From there, I saw us traveling towards Spruit in Katlehong.
Yes, and why did you travel to Katlehong?
Kwakuyini imbangela yokuthi ke niye eKatlehong?
Okokuqala ngangekho sure ukuthi siyelana eKatlehong kodwa then later ngathola ukuthi kukubo kaMthokozisi.
Earlier or before, I wasn't certain as to why we were going to Katlehong, but I later on discovered that it was at Mtogo's home. Mtogozisi's home.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yebo.
Phakathi naphakathi uKelly bekhuluma noma uma ekhuluma noKelly bethi uma singeza sizodla.
In between, Kelly was communicating with my mother or our mother, and my mother was telling her that we should come over and eat.
As the court pleases, there was, if I can just ask you not to put that on record, we'll just ask that it be struck off the record. There was this communication between Ms. Kelly Kumalo and your mother, and what happened further?
Yebo ke khona lokho kwashiwo uKelly noma wakho kwase kwenzekani ke emuva kwalokho.
Sase siyahamba ke siya ekhaya masiqeda ukulantuzwa umthokozisi.
After we were done with Mthokozisi, we then went home.
Yes, we may proceed.
Yebo.
And then sahamba ke sisonke vele ngokweni siphelele yini umthokozisi uSenzo Kelly sesiku highway N3 sibheke ekhaya.
We then proceeded together. All of us were in the vehicle. Myself, Mthokozisi, Senzo, and Kelly, and we were on the N3 highway on our way home.
Yes.
And then ngezwa ke belokhu bekhuluma uSenzo ekhuluma noTumelo nakhona ngithole after ukuthi bekhuluma noTumelo.
There was also a conversation between Senzo and Tumelo, and also there I heard afterwards that he was talking to Tumelo.
Yes. And who's Tumelo?
Ubani Tumelo?
uTumelo umngane kaSenzo futhi naye.
He's also Senzo's friend.
Yes.
And then ke ngezwa uKelly etshela uSenzo ukuthi
You may not disclose what other people said. What happened after this conversation between the deceased and Tumelo?
Muva kwale nkulumo eyayikhona ke phakathi koSenzo noTumelo kwase kwenzekani ke?
and then ngabona sesithatha uTumelo ku highway of ramp yase Springfield.
I then just saw when we were picking up Tumelo at the off ramp of the straight view off ramp on the highway.
Yes.
Yep.
Do you know Tumelo's surname?
Oh, yasazi sibongo sakho Tumelo.
Madlala.
Madlala.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sase siyehla ke siye ekhaya and then mase sifika ngaphandle kwegate ngaphandle and then sathe ingcono sithole iphuzo sase siya kaQuimbu's Tavern.
We then proceeded to my home, and then when we arrived at home and when we were still outside the gate, we then decided to get drinks, and then we went to Quembu's Tavern.
And more or less, what time was it
Kwakusekusikhathini
when you
manje
arrived at your parental house?
uma senifika ekhaya kini?
Mhlawumbe sithi ngo 4:30.
Let's say 4:30.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sase sifika ke kwaQuimbu ngaphandle and then kwakhona ukuthi kumele siyothenga iphuzo and then kwathola ukuthi uKelly noSenzo abana cash and then mina ngangino 400 rand esikhwameni sasebenzisa wona.
We then arrived outside the Quembu's Tavern, and then it came out that Senzo and Kelly did not have money on them, and then I had 400 rands. We then used that 400 rands.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then kwehla mina noMthokozisi sangena kwaQuimbu.
Myself and Mthokozisi alighted and we went into Quembu's.
Yes, it's fine. Is it correct that you bought drinks at Quembu's Tavern? What happened thereafter?
Nase nithenga ke kwaKhembu kwenzekani ke emuva kwalokho?
Sase sibuyele ekhaya ke safike sangena bapaka imoto sangena endlini.
We went back home. We arrived there, they parked the car, and we went into the house.
Are you able to give a time estimate when you arrive again at your parental house.
Ungakhona uqagela isikhathi ukuthi kwase kusikhathi sinike uma senifika ke manje senibuya khona le kwakhwembu uma senifika endlini.
Kakhwemba sithatha ngesikhathi eside, so mhlawumbe kungahle kube 10 minutes. Njalo.
We didn't take much of a time at Kwembus, about 10 minutes or so.
Yes, you may proceed.
Correct.
Masifika ke endlini sathola umavele khona, and then was welcome, and then wayesiyapaka.
Upon arrival at home, we found our mother was there. She welcomed us and then she dished up.
Just before you proceed, when you got to your parental house, where did you sit?
Uma senifika ke khona laphayana kini ke nahlala kuphi?
Sahlala dining room.
In the dining room.
Do you still remember the sitting arrangement there in the dining room?
Ingabe usakhumbula yini indlela enanihlezi ngayo khona lapha dining room?
Yebo ngisakhumbula.
Yes, I still do.
If you are shown a photo, will you be able to explain that?
Uma ungatshengisa isithombe ungakhona ukuthi uchaze?
Yebo.
Yes.
If I can ask that photo 57 be shown to the witness. My lord, that will be photo number 57 of exhibit D. The photo album of Lieutenant Colonel Msako.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. If you can use that photo to explain how you were seated.
Ungasebenzisa lesi sithombe ke usitshengise ukuthi nanihlezi kanjani.
Lapha eqaleni ngaku-stand kwakuhleli uTumelo.
Okay, on the lapho ke. Witness pointing to the left at the right there on the left side and next to the stand. Tumelo sat there.
Yes, may I proceed?
There.
And then eceleni kwakhe kwakuhleli uMthokozisi.
Next to Tumelo sat Mthokozisi.
Just for record purposes, is it correct that there are two couches facing each other?
Angithi kunama-couch amabili lana abhekene.
Ama-couch amabili abhekene.
That's correct.
Yes, so just put on record, which couch are you referring to?
Awusitshele ukuthi manje ukhuluma ngayiphi i-couch kula mabili abhekene.
Ngikhuluma ngaleli la kwa-left.
I'm referring to the one on the left.
Yes, you may proceed.
Correct.
And then eceleni kwemthoko kwakuhleli uSenzo.
Next to Mtogo was Senzo. Senzo sat next to Mtogo.
And then eceleni kwaSenzo kwakuhleli uKheli la ku-Ottoman.
And then Kelly was seated next to Senzo on the ottoman.
Yes.
Yebo.
And then ngapha kuleli kwa-right, mina nomasa sisherisha lona leli kwa-right.
And then on the couch on the right hand side, myself and my mother were sharing that couch.
And how were you seated?
Nanhlezi kanjani?
Uma wayehleli ngale ngenhla kwase eduzane kwestand.
My mother was seated on the other side next to the stand.
Yes.
Yebo.
And then mina ngangihleli eceleni kwakhe uma ungazi ukuthi ngasemnyango.
And I was seated next to her as if we were going towards the door.
Yes. Yes, you may proceed.
Sungaqhubeka.
You mentioned that your mother dished up, and what happened?
Ushilo ukuthi uma wasephaka ke kwenzekani?
And then mayiqeda ukuphaka sadla, and then emva kokudla ke imina engangilokhu ngithatha iphuzo efreezing nginikeza abantu abasivakashini.
After she dished, we ate, and after we finished eating, I was the one that was taking the drinks from the freezer, the deep freezer, and giving to the people that had visited us.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sungaqhubeka.
And then at the same time kwakudlala i-soccer e-TV. Mangizama ukukhumbula kwakuyi-English soccer.
At the same time, there was a soccer game match that was on TV. If I remember well, it was English soccer.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sungaqhubeka.
And then ke saqhubeka sahleli kumnandi kunjalo, and then at the same time ngangikhuluma noLongwe efonini via SMS.
Whilst we sat there, we were having fun, and at the same time, I was chatting to Ulongwe via SMS.
And who's Longwe?
Ubani uLongwe?
uLongwe kwakuyi-boyfriend yami ngaleso sikhathi.
Longwe was my boyfriend at the time.
And what is his surname?
Ubani isibongo sakhe?
uThwala.
Thwala.
Yes, you may proceed.
Singaqhubeka.
And then masiba ntambamanyana, and then ngamtshela uLongwe ngathi hayi ungeza ekhaya because ubebuzile ukuthi ngikuphi, ngamtshela ukuthi nginoSenzo noKelly sisekhaya.
Then when it became later, I then informed Longwe, you can now come to my home because he had asked where I was, and then I told him that I was at home with Senzo and Kelly.
Yes, you may proceed.
Singaqhubeka.
And then ke uLongwe wasengithumela i-SMS wathi ungaphandle.
Longwe then sent me an SMS saying that he was outside.
Yes, what time was it more or less?
Kwakusekusikhatsini-ke.
Mhlampe kwakuya la ku 6 to 7 lapho.
Maybe around 6 before 7.
Yes, you may proceed.
Singaqhubeka.
And then ngabuza uma ukuthi ukudla kusakhona yini since uLongwe eza wathi uma hayi kusakhona ukudla kodwa kuzodingeka isobho ukuthi ngongeze.
I then asked my mother whether there was still food left because Longwe is coming. She then said, yes, there is still food, but I will need soup in order to add.
It's fine. You had a conversation with your mama regarding food, and then what happened further?
Kwasekwenzekani-ke emuva kwalokho?
And then ke uma wacela uKelly ukuthi ayothenga isobho.
My mother then requested Kelly to go and buy the soup.
Yes.
And then uKelly wasethatha uSenzo makusanjalo, kanti uLongwe naye uzongithumela i-SMS ukuthi usengaphandle, and then nami ngase ngiyashintsha ngafaka i-tracksuit ngase ngiyaphuma.
Kelly then took Senzo with her, and then at the same time, that's when Longwe sent me an SMS saying that he was outside. I then got dressed in a tracksuit. I also went out.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke mengiphumela ngaphandle ngabona uKhele emotweni uthatha ama-coins, and then mina ngaya emotweni kaLongwe la ngifice khona ngathola uSenzo bexoxa noLongwe.
Kelly then went to the car to go and get some coins. I then went to Longwe's car where I found Senzo and Longwe chatting.
And how did Longwe arrive there to Prenton House?
Wafika kanjani uLongwe lapho kini?
Wafika ngemoto.
In a vehicle.
Yeah, what type of vehicle?
Imoto enjani?
Polo Vivo ebomvu.
A red Polo Vivo.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sungaqhubeka ke?
And then uKhele wafika wathatha uSenzo ke banyuka baya esitolo ngathatha uLongwe sangena endlini.
Kelly came, she took Senzo and they went up to the shop, and then I took Longwe. We went inside the house.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sungaqhubeka?
And then ngena noLongwe endlini wafika uLongwe wabingelela.
I went into the house with Longwe. When Longwe arrived or got into the house, he greeted.
Yes.
Kodwa lapho emnyango kwakukhona uTumelo noMthokozisi.
But there at the door, there was Tumelo and Mthokozisi.
Which door are you referring to?
Imuphi lo mnyango okhuluma ngawo?
Umnyango wasekitchen.
The kitchen door.
Yes. Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke wangena uLongwe sahlala phansi, and then uKhele wabuya nesobho uma walungisa masinyane wamphakela, then uLongwe wadla.
Kelly came back with the soup. My mother prepared it and then dished up for him, and he ate.
My Lord, will this be an appropriate time to take the long adjournment?
Is that so? What time is it?
It's around 4 minutes past 1.
4 minutes past?
1.
So when do we come back?
We are in the court's hand. I hear 2 o'clock be mentioned.
What's that?
2 o'clock be mentioned.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we shall adjourn until 2 p.m. We may not discuss the case with any person, right? You know the rules. Thanks. Court Sergeant. Okay.
Ungasikhombisa ukuthi umthoko kanye noNtumelo babemi kuphi.
Umthoko noNtumelo bameme la ngaku-washing line.
There was witnesses pointing photo number 6, saying they were standing here next to the washing line.
Yes. And you know what the reason was why they were outside?
Ingabe yazi yini imbangela noma isizathu sokuthi babe ngaphandle babemi phandle?
UNtumelo benokuphuma ayobhema njalo njalo isikhashana nesikhashana lokho ephuma.
From time to time, Tumelo would go out to smoke.
Yes, and Togo, where was he? Also?
Umthoko bemphelezela.
Mtogo would just accompany him.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke makusenjalo wabuya kuKelly noSenzo bafike babajoyina khona la eminyango.
Senzo and Kelly came back and joined them at the door.
Which door?
Umnyango?
Umnyango wasekitchen.
The kitchen door.
Yes, we may proceed.
Correct.
uKelly ke wayesenikeza uma isopo uma wase esheshise lungisela ulongolongo wayeseyadla.
Kelly then gave the soup to my mother, and then my mother quickly prepared it, dished up for Longwe, and Longwe ate.
Yes, we may proceed. Where was the deceased at the stage, Mr. Meyiwa?
Wayekuphi ke uSenzo umufi ngaleso sikhathi?
Babeme bonke noKelly noMthokozisi noNtumelo eminyango.
All of them,
Bexoxa.
himself, Kelly, Tumelo, and Thokozisi, were standing at the door chatting.
Yes, we may proceed.
Correct.
Nase ngiyabuya ke nezitsha lezi beyidlela ulongwe mase ngisekitchen wangena uKelly wayesethi uSenzo ubecela ukuvalelisa.
I then took the dish that Longwe was using, and then going to the kitchen. And then Kelly came in and said that Senzo would like to.
Yes. Kelly came in, and we may not repeat what other people said.
Okay, ungakusho-ke okushiwo abanye abantu.
Right. Kelly came in and made a report about Senzo. What happened?
Uma uKelly esekushilo-ke lokho okushiwo uSenzo kwase kwenzekani?
Wayesethi uma ngicela ukuthi umbize nivalele ingene nivalelise kahle.
My mother then said, please call him and come in and say your goodbyes properly.
Yes, you may proceed.
Correct.
Base babuyela ke bonke endlini nami bengikhona sesibuyela sihlala dining room.
They all then came back into the house. I was also there, and then we sat in the dining room.
And how were you seated this time around in the dining room?
Ngalesi sikhathi-ke manje nanihlezi kanjani e-dining room? Can I show?
Yes. We can go back to photo 57, 64. Maybe if we can go back to the original photo 57 of exhibit D, my lord.
Yes.
So njengoba amasofa ebhekene kanje wonke umuntu wabuyela wahlala la kade ehleli khona. So umuntu wayemusha erumini kwakuwulongo, so wafika wahlala ngapha kule sofa le ebengihleli kuyona ekwa right kodwa mawuya ngasefrijini.
As the two couches are facing each other, and we came back, everyone sat in exactly the same positions that they were seated in before. The only person that was new was Longwe, and then he sat on the couch, which is on the right-hand side, but as you go towards the door, the kitchen door, or the door of the kitchen.
From where you were seated, could you see into the kitchen?
Kwindawo kwawuhlezi kuyona wena, wawubona ekitchen.
Kunembobo encanyana nje la ukwazi khona ukubona ukuthi ubone mhlambe umehluko between umnyango uma uvala noma uvula.
Yes, where we're seated there is just this little opening where you are able to see when the door opens and closes.
We just want to show you photo 64 of Exhibit D. Can you just demonstrate your evidence using that photo?
Sikhombiselana kulesi sithombe.
Nasi space leso siphakathi kwe-fridge nobonda ola.
Here's the space, the witness pointing to the photo between between the fridge and the wall.
And just for record purposes, using that photo, just show where you were seated.
Mina bengihleli la.
I was seated here, so we can pointing to the couch, just on the left.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke masisahleli kanjalo uKelly uyena wayeme ngenyawo exoxa ijoke.
Whilst we were seated like that, Kelly was the one that was standing and she was sharing a joke.
Where was she standing?
Imigu.
Wayeme nje lesithombe kubonakala kahle.
It's not visible on this picture.
We just want to show you photo 57. Are you able to indicate there?
What?
Photo 57 of Exhibit D, man. 57.
5-7.
Yes.
Wow, okay.
57,
Asibonakali kodwa
Exhibit D.
passage alibonakali.
I can't see the passage on this one.
Aha. Sibu right.
Photo 64 of Exhibit D, man.
Yeah.
Are you able to demonstrate on that photo?
Yes, Hayi,
Alibonakali.
no,
Ngathi
not on this one.
57 ubungconywana.
I think 57 was much better.
So more or less where, if you
Ube
can show.
ube mala. Ngasekhoneni ekuqaleni kwe dining room.
At the corner here, it is at the start of the dining room.
Yes. Yes, you may proceed.
Lokho eqhubeka ke esixoxela ijoke leyo nathi sihleka kumnandi.
She kept on sharing this joke for us, and we were also having fun, we were laughing.
Just a moment. There's also a sketch plan which forms part of Exhibit D. My lord, the sketch plan is just before the photos of Exhibit D. We'll try and number the bundle as we go along. Are you able to perhaps indicate in the sketch plan more or less where Kelly was?
Okay, Luaimela.
Kelly was standing here. Witness pointing
La
to
iqale nje dining room.
that. It is just at the start or the beginning of the dining room.
And just indicate there on the sketch plan the two couches.
Amakaucha mabili wona,
Iwona lawo mabili.
where the witness is pointing goes, these are the two couches.
Yes. Thank you. You may proceed.
And then ithema kusenjalo ke ngabona kuvuleka umnyango wasekitchen.
Whilst at that, I then saw the kitchen door opening.
Can you just explain to the court how you saw that?
Wabona kanjani lokho?
Ngoba la ngangihleli khona umnyango kulela passage elincane uyakwazi ukubona umnyango mawuvuleka kodwa awuzukubona ukuthi ubani ongenayo ngoba umnyango uvulekela ngaphakathi.
Because from where I was seated, you are able to see when the door opens, but you are unable to see as to who is coming or who is opening because the door opens to the inside,
Unless ke azavala umnyango.
unless the person then closes the door.
Once again, we just want to draw your attention to photo 64. Yes, you can testify using that photo.
Ngingasebenzisa lesi sithombe ke.
So mina ngangihleli lana. So mangihleli kulo sofa lo phakathi nendawo uyakwazi ukubona umnyango through leli passage encanyana umnyango mawuvuleka.
I was seated, okay, from the foot, I was seated on this sofa, which is on this photo 64, in the middle, and when seated there, you are able to see through that opening when the door opens.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then kwathi masahleli kanjalo ngapopola ke mina ngifuna ukubona ukuthi ubani obeqeda ukuvula umnyango enganokhile.
I then peeped through, just to see as to who opened the door without knocking.
Yes, so what time was it more or less?
Kwase kusikhatsini,
Mhlambe sithi lapho 7:30 to 8.
say about 7:30 before 8.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ngithema ngipopola ngabona abantu besilisa ababili.
When I peeped, I saw two male persons.
Where did you see them?
Ubabona kuphi?
Khona la epassage.
Right here at the passage, witness pointing photo number 64.
Yes, we proceed.
Kwase kuthi lo oyedwa umfishane wama-dreads wamaphambili uyena ovele ungene kuqala.
The short one with the dreadlocks stood in front. Sorry, he was the first one to come in.
How was visibility at this stage?
Kwakukanjani-ke indlela kwakubonakala ngayo noma ke asithi indlela ukhanya kwakukanjani?
Kwakubonakala nje kahle ngoba indlini sasilayithile vele.
It was very clear because the lights were on in the house.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then kwase kuthi lo wesibili wama-partner phakathi khona umnyango ongenela ephasijini wama lapho ngasestofini.
The second one stood in the middle. There is a door that leads.
Ulidele ephasijini.
Oh, so there's a door that leads to the passage, and he stood there next to the stove.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then kusenjalo ke lo ophambili wama-dreads wasethi wasikhomba ngesibhamu esethi khiphani imali namafoni.
And then the one that was in front then pointed us with a firearm and then told us or ordered us to take out money and phones.
Which language was he using?
Wayesebenzisa luphi ulimi?
Wakhuluma isiZulu.
He spoke in isiZulu.
Yes, we may proceed.
Singaqhubeka.
And then kwathi makusenjalo uKheli wabaleka ungena ekamereni.
Was at that Kelly ran into the bedroom.
Ikamera ungilami.
My bedroom.
Are you able to more or less show where the bedroom is? On
Yeah, corner.
photo 64 of exhibit D.
List.
Alibonakali kahle
It's
kodwa lilakwa right.
It's not that visible, but it's on the right. The witness pointing on photo 64 to the right.
If we can again show you the sketch that's on exhibit D. Can you just indicate more or less where the room is?
Usebenzisa lesi sketch-ke ikuphi le camera okhuluma ngalo?
Nanti liqondane nekhishi, liqondane nomnyango wasekhishini.
Yeah, it's facing the kitchen door.
Yes, may I proceed?
Base kuthi uKheli mayisengena ekamereni and then lo mlisa wesibili owayeme ngasekhishini wamlandela uKheli evala umnyango yena efuna ukuwuvula.
And then when Kelly ran into the bedroom, the second gentleman that was standing next to the kitchen then followed him. Kelly was closing the door and he was trying to open it.
Can you just show there on the sketch where the second person was
Ngasikhombisa lana kwisketch ukuthi wayekuphi-ke lo wesibili
before he followed?
ngaphambili
Kelly.
ukuthi amlandele uKelly.
Wayeme nje lapha phakathi komnyango wasekhishini.
He was just standing here in the middle of the door of the kitchen door. Witness pointing on the sketch of the door.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke kwasukuma ulongo ehlezi eceleni kwami. Wayesephusha lo besikhombe ngesibhamu ama-dreads.
And then Longwe stood up as he was seated next to me and pushed the one with the dreadlocks.
And where was this person with the dreadlocks at that stage when Longwe pushed him?
Ngalesikhathi aphushwa uLongwe, lo wama-dreadlocks wayekuphi nendawo?
Wahlehla emuva, wahlehlela kancane nje wayela.
He moved backwards and just a little bit, and he was here, just pointing in the passage of the hallway.
And where in relation to the room wherein Kelly went into?
So, can you repeat that?
And where was this, where did this person with the dreadlock retreat to in relation to the room wherein Kelly went?
Kuleli kamera leli uKhela wangena kubona yena-ke uma ehlehlela umuva, wahlehlela umuva, waya kuphi nendawo, lo nama-dreadlocks.
Wahlehla nje wawudlula kancane umnyango waba phakathi naphakathi ney'ndonga before uzofika e-bathroom.
Just a little bit and past the door, just in between the walls, just before you get into the bathroom.
Yes, you may proceed.
Mayiqeda ukumphusha kulongwe, ulongwe wabaleka waphuma ngomnyango wasekhishini.
After Longwe pushed him, he then ran and went out of the kitchen door.
Yes.
And then makusenjalo ngathatha ifoni yami ngayifihla emva kwecushini la kade ngihleli khona.
Whilst at that, I then took my phone and hid it behind the cushion where I was seated.
If we can show you photo 64 again.
Ngayifihla nje khona la.
I hid it here, witness pointing us behind the cushion on the couch.
Yes, you may proceed.
Singaqhubeka.
And then uthe makusenjalo sasukuma sonke and then safike sadlula nalo obelisa umnyango kakheli sekamereni and then samthatha naye wama-dreads sabaphushela bonke ukuya ngasemnyango wasekhishini.
Uthi namdlula lo ebephusha umnyango.
Sithathile naye sahamba naye samdudulela
Okay.
emnyango wasekhishini.
And we then, all of us then stood up. We then pushed them, that is now both the gentlemen, together with the one that was struggling with Kelly for the door, and pushed both of them to the kitchen.
Are you able to perhaps state in which order you stood up and confronted the two persons?
Ingabe ungasho yini ukuthi nasukuma ngayiphi indlela seniyake kulaba bantu laba senibadudula ukuthi iorder noma indlela enasukuma ngayo?
Angisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi ubani wasukuma kuqala kodwa ngabona nje sonke sesime ngeenyawo sihamba nabo sonke sibasa emnyango wasekhishini.
I can't remember as to who was the first one to stand up, but what I remember is that all of us we were all on our feet and we were just pushing them, going with them to the kitchen.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then isithe masekhishin kanjalo sibhizi sibalwisa and then ngabona i-crush kaDumela isebenzisa ime ila phansi ihleli la phansi eduzane kwe-heater.
Whilst we were there in the kitchen fighting with them, I then saw Tumelo's one crash that he was using. It was there on the floor there next to the heater. Just pointed to photo 64 next to the heater.
Yes, you may proceed.
Naqhubeka.
And then mangiqeda ukulithatha i-crush ngathi ngiyazama ukumshaya lo wesibili omude. Ngithi ngiyazama ukumshaya bengafikeli and then uTumelo walithatha kumina i-crush kwawuyena oshayayo.
I took the crutch where I tried to hit the tall one with it, but I couldn't reach. And then Tumelo took the crutch from me and was the one who hit the gentleman with the crutch.
Now, if you say the tall one, who is that?
Uma ukhuluma ngomude, umuphi lo?
Ilo wesibili.
The second one.
And where was he at the stage when Tumelo hit him with a crush?
Ngalesikhathi ke uTumelo
Where
semshaya.
in the kitchen?
Wayekuphi nendawo ekitchen ngalesikhathi uTumelo semshaya ngecrutch.
Wayeseduzane nosinki
Na
wasemnyango. Umhlane wakhe usemnyango uvala umnyango.
okay. Next to the sink, he was with his back to the door.
Photo 15 of exhibit D is shown to you. Are you able to indicate more or less
Wayemile.
where
Ngoba
he
nguyena
was?
uvala umnyango.
He was standing here. He's the one who was closing the door. Witness pointing to.
It's photo 15.
Yes.
1-5.
1-5.
Yeah.
Yes, you may proceed.
So makusaliwa kanjalo ekitchen ngabona noKelly esefikile naye sezosijoyina kusho ukuthi wayesephumile ekamereni.
Whilst that fight was on in the kitchen, I also saw Kelly also there. I also saw Kelly there, which means she was now out of the bedroom and she joined us in the kitchen.
You indicated where the second suspect was the tall one. Where was the other one, the one with the dreadlocks?
Lo wama-dress yona wayekuphi? Angithi usushilo ukuthi wayekuphi lo mude wayekuphi?
Lo ama-dreadlocks wayengapha eceleni kwa-left emveni komnyango.
The one with the emveni?
Emveni komnyango uma uvula.
Okay. The one with the dreadlocks was here, or was on this side, at this pointing to the left of the picture, just behind the door when you open it.
Yes, you may proceed. And the rest of the people, are you able to indicate where Dumelo was, where Mtogo was,
Ungasho ukuthi
and
uTumelo
where your
wayekuphi?
mother was?
uTumelo wayekuphi, uMthokozisi wayekuphi?
Yes.
Umuntu engimkhumbula kahle ukuthi wayesesayidini lami lakwa-right kwakuwuTumelo. Njoba sasimile lapha phambi kwesitofu.
The person that I remember well that was on my side, that is now the right hand side, was Tumelo, as we were standing there in front of the stove.
The stove, can you just show it on the
Let's
photo?
come, is the stove?
Stove.
Here is the stove, on photo number 15.
Is that where you and Tumelo were?
Ila wena noTumelo nikhona.
Mina noTumelo sasi nje eduzane kwesitofu.
That's correct. Myself and Tumelo were close to the stove.
Yes.
And then makusenjalo
The others?
Abanye?
laba abanye ngeke ngikhumbule kahle ukuthi ubani wayime ngakuphi kodwa nje sasilokhu silwa ngapha nangapha.
I can't remember well and say who was exactly where, but we were just fighting this side and this side.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then ithe makusenjalo ke ngase ngizwa kuqhuma isibhamu.
Was at that I then heard a firearm went off.
And then yafike
So just a minute, where did it go off?
Saqhuma kuphi?
kulo wamadrets wayephethe isibhamu lo wayesuka la.
The one with the dreadlocks, the one where the firearm was coming from here, pointing at the door, there's number 2 and photo 15.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then kuthe makusenjalo mangisizwa isibhamu siqhuma ngezwa into eshaya phansi kwaphuma isibaki sangishaya enyaweni lami laka right.
When the firearm went off, I then heard something hitting the floor, and then the spark went off, and then it hit me on my foot.
Just a minute. If you say you felt something hitting the floor, could you see where it hit the floor?
Ungaba wabona yini ukuthi lento othi wayizwa ishaya phansi ukuthi yashaya kuphi nendawo phansi?
Cha angibonanga ngaleso sikhathi.
No, I didn't see it at that time.
Okay. Yes, you may proceed.
And then ithe makusenjalo kwawukuthi kusho ukuthi mina noTumelo sizinto eyodwa sabaleka umkanye wangena ekamereni mina ngangena ebathroom.
When I heard that hitting the floor, it so happened that Tumelo also heard it, so that we heard the same thing. One in the bathroom.
Mina
Okay.
ngangena ebathroom.
Yeah, no, in the
Mina
camera.
wangena ekamereni.
I ran into the bathroom and he ran into the bedroom.
We just want to show this sketch that appears in Exhibit D. If you can just show the bathroom wherein you ran.
I-bathroom le owabalekela kuyona.
Mina ngangena kuyona le bathroom ngona yodwa vele.
I ran into this bathroom, witness pointing on the sketch plan. It's the only one in the house.
And the bedroom wherein Tumelo ran.
Tumelo abalekela kuyona.
Hey angisakhumbule kahle ukuthi wangena kuliphi kodwa phakathi kwawo lwamabili.
It's between these two, but I can't remember well which one is it.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ngathi ngisahleli ke ebathroom ngangime ngenyawo futhi. And then ngakhumbula ukuthi konje kunefastela elise bathroom ngacabanga ukuthi mhlambe mayengaphuma la bese engibona ukuthi ngikhona bese mhlambe uzophinda dubule so
Okay.
ngashona phansi.
Whilst in the bathroom, I was standing or I was on my feet. And then I remembered that there's a window there. If it can happen that the person would come out, might be able to see me and shoot again. So I went down.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then mangise bathroom kanjalo ngaphinde futhi ngezwe isibhamu isikhala.
Whilst still at the bathroom or in the bathroom, I heard the firearm going off again.
And where was it going off?
Sikhuma kuphi ke?
From where?
Ngangisizwa siqhuma ekitchen.
I heard it going off in the kitchen.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then uthe makusuka lapho ngezwa futhi sesikhala okwesithathu kodwa kulokhu asenzanga umsindo kufana nalokho okunye kokuqala.
From there, I heard the firearm going off for the third time, but now at that time it didn't. The sound was not as the first one.
And where was the sound coming from of the firearm?
Sasesibuya kuphi ke leso?
Sasesikhala khona ekitchen.
Still in the kitchen.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then emva kwalapho ngezwe ngazuthi kuthulekile ngase ngiyapopola ngoba ngangisikwatile etoilet. And then ngapopola ngifuna ukubona ukuthi kwenzakalani.
After that, I could hear that it was now quiet, and I then peeped through because I was squatting in the toilet. So I peeped through just to see as to what was happening.
We just want to show you photo 21 of Exhibit D. And so that's photo 22. Yes, maybe this one. Yes, the previous one. Just previous photo. Yes, this one. It's photo 21 of Exhibit D. If you can just use the photo to demonstrate your evidence.
Ungasebenzisa lesi sithombe ke khombisa lokho okushoyo.
Ngusela sona siphezulu.
Can you just up?
So ngangisikwathela phakathi kwe bathtub ne basin.
I was squatting here between the bathtub and the basin, referring to the photo number.
Photo 22 of Exhibit D. You can use that photo to illustrate your evidence.
Ngangisikwathela phakathi kwe bathtub ebhekane ne basin.
This is where I squatted in the bathtub facing the basin.
Umnyango mawuvuleka lapho nje.
Okay, just when the door opens, I was just right there where the door opens.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ngithe mangivula ngithi ngiyapopola.
But just maybe before we proceed, photo 21. Of Exhibit D. You mentioned the door. Can you just show it on the photo?
See,
Na umnyango uvulekela ngaphakathi na.
here's the door, the witness pointing on photo 21, opens to the inside.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ngithema ngisapopola kanjalo ngipopola iminyango nakhona ngipopolela la ngihleli engisquate khona ngikhipha ikhanda and then ngabona uSenzo ekhokhoba kanje eyoyifihla phakathi naphakathi kosofa ngestand.
Just as I was peeping through, using the door where I was, I then saw Senzo just moving and the witness demonstrating which way bambe kanje,
Ekhokhoba ibambe kanje.
like this, and going to hid himself between the couch and the stand.
I'm going to show you the sketch plan of Exhibit D. If you can just once again, where was the deceased when you saw him for the first time?
Wayekuphi-ke la kulesi statement nkathi ukubona
Usofa lo
This is the
engangihleli
couch.
kuwona
where I was seated,
and then istand lesiwayiphathi naphakathi.
and this is the stand he was in between.
But when you saw him in that position where he was crouching as you demonstrated, where was he?
Ngalesikhathi ke umbona ekhokhoba ngalendlela ukuqeda ukukhombisa ngayo, wayekuphi nendawo ngalesikhathi umbona ekhokhoba.
When you saw him for the first time as you were looking, peeping through the bathroom door,
Ngathi umbona, oh, sorry, phendula.
Waphuma la ekitchen
He came out of the kitchen
wayeseya edining room wafika wayifihla la phakathi kwestand nosofa.
and went through to the dining room and hid himself between the couch and the stand.
what is the distance between the bathroom door wherein you were up to the dining room? The
Ibanga
sitting room, sorry.
ibanga phakathi kwe-bathroom noma ke isibhalo se-bathroom la owawukhona kanye-ke ne-sitting room, uyazi ukuthi ithini i-distance ibanga.
Angeke ngilazi ibanga ngempela ngoba angaze ngithatha ama-measurements wakhona kodwa mawuse e-bathroom uyakwazi ukubona kahle e-dining room.
I won't be precise or be able to give the exact distance because I've never taken measurements, but when you are in the bathroom you are able to see in the dining room.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then thema kusenjalo ngabona uKelly emlandela and then ngabona uma wami naye ebalandela.
Well, I said that I saw Kelly following him, and then I saw my mother following them.
Now, where were they coming from? From which direction
Babebuya
was
ngakuphi?
Kelly and your mother coming
Kelly
from?
noma
Babeqhamuka khona ekitchen.
from the kitchen.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then emveni kwabo ngase ngibona lo oqala wama-dreads ebalandela futhi.
And then after them, I then saw the first one, the one with the dreadlocks, following them.
Is following them there, where?
Ebalandela uya kuphi?
E-dining room.
To the dining room.
Yes.
And then ithema kusenjalo uKelly wafika wama emveni kwaSenzo.
When Kelly arrived there and stood behind Senzo,
Yes.
And then uma wafike wama eceleni kwabo kodwa ngakulo sofa lo kade ehlezi kuwo.
ehlezi kubona yena.
Ehhe.
And my mother stood next to them, but just next to the couch where she was seated.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then laphana earlier kwakunefoni kaKelly eyayi-charger, and then ibihlezi nje echargeni, uma wafika wayithatha wayikhipha echargeni.
Earlier on, Kelly's phone, okay, I'll think you Kelly's phone was there on the stand charging, and then my brother took it out from the charger.
Yes. When did she take it out?
Oh, it's at keeping it.
Uyikhiphe immediately mayiqeda nje ukufika esuke ekhishini ifika la kulanto oza ku-stand ne-couch kusho ukuthi wayibona ilapho eseyayithatha esathi ekhipha.
Just as soon as she got there, coming from the kitchen, she took it out. She saw it on the stand and took it out.
Yes.
And then mayiqeda ukuyikhipha echargeni babona lo wama-threads wafika wamshaya ngendololwane eswini, and then uma wayiphunyula ifoni wawela esofeni.
Over the sofa. Just after she took the phone out, the short one with the dreadlocks hit her with an elbow in her stomach, and then the phone fell out of her hand and fell onto the couch.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke umlisa lo wama-dreadlocks waseyayithatha ifoni, ngambona ejika engazuthi uza ngakumina, so ngaphindela e-toilet ngavala.
Then the gentleman with the dreadlocks took the phone and turned around, not knowing whether he was coming toward me or coming to me, and then I went back into the toilet and closed.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then aphela ngasikhathi esingakanani futhi ngaphinde ngapopola futhi mangipopola ngabona ukuthi kusho ukuthi akazange kumina, kusho ukuthi uphume ngomnyango.
And then in no time I peeped through again and saw that it means that he didn't, or he wasn't coming towards me, which means that he went out of the door.
Yes.
And then ngase ngidecide ukuphuma ke ngoba ngiyababona uKelly no Senzo noma balapha e-dining room. Ngaphuma ke ngase ngiyobajoyina la kade bekhona.
I then decided to go out because I could see my mother, Kelly and Senzo there at the dining room. I then went out to join them where they were.
Now, as you're peeping through the bathroom door, did you only see this person with dreadlocks?
Nkathi ke usupopola ke umnyango wasebathroom wabona lo unama dreadlocks kuphela.
Yebo njalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Just want to show you photo 65 of Exhibit D. Can you just use this photo to illustrate where the deceased was, as well as your mother and Miss Kay and your sister?
La umufi uKelly kanye noma wakho babekhona.
uSenzo wafika waguqala ngamadolo,
Senzo got there and knelt there on his knees.
and then emveni kwakhe uKelly kwangathi wayemjekile kanje ngamadolo akhe uKelly. and then uma wayela kulo sofa la vele ehleli khona.
And then Kelly, it was like Kelly sort of jacked him with her knees, Kelly, ne? Sort of balancing him, and Umaya Nawaikopi.
Uma wayeme khona khona lapha kusofa.
And my mother was standing there just in front of the couch.
And the phone that was charging, where was it?
If only then I charge I go.
Yayisingasekho bebeyithathile.
It wasn't there anymore, it was taken.
Yes, before it was taken, where was it?
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ithathwe ekuphi indawo.
Angisakhumbuli kahle kodwa indawo iyona le i-charging station esisebenzisayo. Angisazi noma iphezu kwe-stand noma yayiphezu kosofa.
I can't remember well, but that is the charging station that we are using. So I can't remember whether it was on the stand or the couch.
Yes, thank you. You may proceed.
And then ke mengiphuma e-bathroom ngafike ngapopola e-kitchen ukuthi kunobani. Ngathola ukuthi umnyango uvuliwe akunamuntu.
When I came out of the bathroom and then I peeped to the kitchen and just to see as to who was there, I then found that there was no one. The door was open and there was no one.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then kuthe mangifika lapha ngizojoyina uma noSenzo noKelly laba mekhona mangithi ngiyabheka ngabona ukuthi uSenzo uyableed.
When I got there to join my mother, Kelly and Senzo, I then saw that Senzo was bleeding.
He's bleeding where?
Ublida
Where on his body?
La esifubeni.
Here in his chest, the witness indicating.
Yes.
And then ngithe makusenjalo ngakhumbula ukuthi ifoni yami ngiyifihle emveni kwe-cushion.
Was that I then remembered that I hid my phone behind the cushion.
Yes.
And then ngaphuthuma ke ngawuphakamisa u-cushion ngayithola vele ukuthi isakhona lapho. Ngathi ngiyazama ukudayila u-1011 ingqondo yavele yafreeza.
I then rushed to there and found that my phone was still there. I tried to dial 10111, but my mind just froze.
Yeah, whilst we're still on photo 65, can you just once again show where you hit the phone underneath the cushion?
Or she said, okay.
Ngangiyifihle nje kulo cushion ngemuva.
This cushion where the witness is pointing on photo 65, just at behind.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ngabona ukuthi angikwazi ukudayila. And then ngaphuma ngayefuna usizo ngaphandle.
I then realized that I was unable to make a call or to dial. I then went out to go and get help from outside.
Yes.
Ngagijima ngaya kumngani kama uMaphiri ohlala opposite ngaphuma ngegate. Maphiri.
I then rushed to or ran out of the gate to my mother's friend, Mapiri.
If photo 1 and 2 can be shown to you. Can you just use that photo to demonstrate your evidence? Where is Miss Mapiri's house?
Indlu kaMapiri.
Indlu kaMaphiri opposite nakwamakhelwane uKwaNcatshe.
It's opposite the neighbor's house, the Natchez. Natchez.
eNatche.
There where you're pointing, is it whose house is that?
Kwabani lapho ukhombe khona?
KukwaNatche, ngalo next door.
Natchez. Those are neighbors, our neighbors, Natchez.
Yes, and is Mapiri's house more or less where is it?
Ekuphi yona kaMapiri?
More or less kula,
It's more or less.
opposite nje nakwaNatche.
It's more or less here, pointing right at the bottom of the photo. It's opposite Natchez house.
Yes.
And then ngaphuma ke ngegate ngeza kwaMaphiri, mangifika khona la estradini kwakunemoto eyayipake lapho la ngabona khona uMthapseng.
Okay. I then came out of the gate as I was approaching Mapiri's house, and then I saw a vehicle there in the street where I saw Mthabiseng.
Who's Ntabiseng?
Ubani Mthabiseng?
uMthapseng angazi ukuthi uhlobana kanjani noMaphiri kodwa owakwaMaphiri.
I don't know how she is related to Mapiri, but she is a family of Mapiri.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just a minute. Yes, you may proceed.
And then ngabona ukuthi ubhizi khona umuntu ayikhuluma naye khona emotweni ngadlula nganqamulela ngaye endlini straight.
I then could see that she was busy. There was someone she was talking to, and then I went straight to the house.
Which house?
Yiphi indlu?
Indlu kaMaphiri.
Mapiri's house.
Yes.
Mangifika kaMaphiri ngathola ukuthi uMaphiri ungaphandle vele endlini.
When I got to Mapiri's house, I found Mapiri outside the house.
Yes.
And then ngafike ngamcela ngathi ngicela ukuthi afonele amaphoyisa neambulance badubule uSenzo endlini. Singelwa abantu. Singelwa
Okay.
abantu.
I then requested her to call the police as well as the ambulance that Senzo had been shot in the house, that there were intruders.
Yes.
And then uMaphiri mangiqeda ukumtshela naye waqala waphenika wayesememeza uMthapseng ukuthi kube uyena ofonayo.
When I informed Mapiri, and then she started to panic, and then called Ntabiseng that she be the one to make the phone call.
Yes.
And then bobabili sebeyaphenika bayakhala ngabona ukuthi usizwa ngilitholi la.
Both of-
Basengivela endlini.
Both of them were panicking and crying. I didn't realize it, but that I wasn't getting any help here. I then went back into the house.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke mangibuyela endlini ngathola uMthogo ukhaya noBulelani bebambisene uSenzo bezomfaka emotweni.
And then when I went back into the house, I then found Mtogo, Kaya, and Bulelani as helping each other, carrying Senzo to put him into the vehicle.
Just a minute. And who's Kaya and Bulelani?
Ubani, Ukaya, noBulelani.
Ubulelani nokhaya ingane zase next door kwaNcathi.
They are the children of the neighbors, the matches.
Yes, and once again, if you can use photo 2 of Exhibit D just to illustrate your evidence.
So mina ngathi mangena ngimala then bona ngababona be walk be sondela emotweni.
When I went into the gate, just behind the vehicle where the witness is pointing, and then they were coming, nearing the vehicle.
And the vehicle there on photo, which vehicle is it?
The X6 le besifike ngayo.
The X6 in which we arrived.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke ngabona ukuthi bazama ukumfaka emotweni kodwa ngazi ukuthi bekunzima, and then mina ngadlula khona kuleli passage elincane la ngaye emnyango ophambili. Angisazi ukuthi ubani wayeme kulomnyango wangemuva ngizengene ngaphambili.
As they were trying to put him in the vehicle, I could see that they were having some difficulty, and then I walked. He's now pointing to the left of the vehicle, to the front door. I can't remember as to who was at the back door.
And then ngangena ke ngomnyango lo wangaphambili, and then nganqamula phakathi kwama-seat ukuthi ngiye ngemuva, and then ngifike ngizomdonsa from ngaphakathi.
I then went inside the vehicle using the front door, and then I moved in between the two seats to get to the back, so as to be able to assist in getting him inside the vehicle.
Yes.
And then mangimdonsa ngimfaka ngaphakathi, and then sakwazi ukumfaka kodwa khona kwakunzima, and then ngavala umnyango mina ngahlala ngasefasitereni.
Then when I then pulled him to the inside, but it was difficult, but then I closed the door and I sat next to the window.
Which door is it now? Is it the front, the rear door?
Wasemuva noma waphambili umnyango?
Umnyango wangemuva emveni kwa drive.
The rear door behind the driver.
Yes, and the deceased, where was he placed?
Yena kumufi kuphi nendawo?
Wayelele nje phakathi nendawo kwesihlalo.
He was just lying in the middle, that is now on the seat.
Which seat?
The seat,
Back
the back seat.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then la ngaphakathi emotweni ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kwakuyimina, uKelly, uMthokozisi noTumelo, noma ngasakhumbuli kahle ukuthi uTumelo noMthokozisi babehleli kanjani, kodwa uKelly wayidrive, mina ngihleli emva kwakhe efasitereni.
I remember that inside the vehicle it was myself, Kelly, Tumelo and Mthokozisi, although I can't remember as to where exactly Tumelo and Mthokozisi were seated, but Kelly was driving and I was seated behind her.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then thema sahleli kanjalo khona ithawula angazi la kufike nobani, khona ithawula elifishanyana njengaka ababelisebenzisa ukubeka ipressure la ebhebhileke khona.
And then there was a towel. I don't know who brought that towel. It was just a towel this size, this short, and they were using that towel to put pressure on where he was shot.
Yes.
And then ke uKelly wa driver, sahamba ke saye eButilong kodwa wayidrayiva egijima endlela esimanga.
Kelly then drove. We proceeded to Buchilong, but she was driving very fast.
So could please, my lord, we're just about to start a new topic.
Yeah,
Can
about
we-
to start.
Can we're just about to start a new topic. Can we maybe adjourn at this stage as the accused have got to leave the court precincts at least at 3:30.
What time is it now?
It's 3:25.
Okay, normally you adjourn at 3:30.
Yes, of course.
Any comments from the defense?
No objection, my lord, because we had agreed to 3:30 as the court proceeds.
None from me as well, my lord.
Okay, thank you. So we start 10 o'clock tomorrow again. What's that?
Is this 10:30? I'm sorry, 10 o'clock. We're trying to push for 9:30.
You want 9:30?
No, my lord, I've asked, can we make it 10 o'clock, my lord? For the sake of convenience to everyone.
You guys are playing Fafi, ne? You know what Fafi is? In China, we are but you don't say number, but you bugalal. You can't catch that. Okay, after, let's say 10 o'clock then.
Thank you, my lord.
You are as an oath, ma'am. We are not supposed to discuss this case like hi, no ma'am, or whatever. You can talk to your mom, but not about the case. Okay, thanks. Ms. Osanyalen, you've got to sign that admission form, please, because some of us will forget. Okay, then the court is adjourned.
After the report.